We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland. Every moment matters.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Clearly, it's Big Blue Day. Can't you tell?
Yeah. We look very earthy colors.
Very earthy, yeah. Yes. It's a very fall. A Big Blue Day. You're going to see a lot of blue here today as we celebrate UK athletics and UK overall. It's already gotten underway. We've got a marching band over in the new winter circle not too far from us. They're playing. What else we got going on, Gabby?
A lot of activities. Some happening in the North Terrace, meet and greets with the men's soccer team, gymnastics team. It would take up pretty much all show if I went through this entire list, but there's a lot going on.
All throughout the entire afternoon. So let's celebrate Big Blue Day at the races here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's also celebrate a Pick 5 carryover. Early Pick 5 carries into today's early Pick 5. So this starts race number 1 at 1 o'clock Eastern time, $249,000 carrying. We're expecting $1 million plus pool here today for the early Pick 5.
Oh, yeah. Probably 1.5, maybe more than that, somewhere in that range. So looking forward to that. It's a tough sequence. I even took a stab at the Turf Pick 3, which we'll talk about in a little bit. I thought that was a really challenging sequence in the best way possible. So, yeah, we've got a lot of ground to cover today.
We do. Let's take a look at our social media, how you can stay current on everything happening here at Keeneland. For those of you that are not fortunate enough to be out here with us today at the races, you're going to see a lot of great stuff on social media today, on X at Keeneland Racing, on Instagram at Keeneland, and same on Facebook. FanDuel TV, give them a follow on X, FanDuel TV Plus app. That's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. And make sure you've got the Keeneland Race Day app, whether you're on track or at home, so you can stay up to date on all of our selections for each and every race card.
And Breeders' Cup preparations are underway. We had a couple of Breeders' Cup workers this morning. She Feels Pretty for Cherie DeVoe being one of them. So definitely keep an eye out on social media platforms. We're going to be trying to record most of those Breeders' Cup works this weekend and next weekend.
We're 2 weeks away from Breeders' Cup Friday.
Yep.
It'll be Future Stars Friday. Mix that up. Future Stars Friday on that 31st of October for the Breeders' Cup down at Del Mar. So just 2 weeks out and a lot of activity happening here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's go back to yesterday and recap what happened. Confessional in race number 3 got the victory for Brad Cox, Axel Concepcion at a price at 12-1. First time out winner for Brad Cox. It's a rarity to get that kind of a price on any Brad Cox runner. Yeah,
you very rarely get to see that. And then in race number 5, we saw our Starry Knight, Phil Bauer, teams up with Luis Saez to get this impressive victory.
Yeah, the 1 was rolling and looked like maybe got there, but the 10 was part of the reason why we have the Pick 5 carryover coming into today. Another Keeneland grad. Macmen was a winner for Matt Shire off of an 8-month layoff, with Ben Curtis having a very productive day yesterday.
Yeah, this was a great job by Matt Shire to get this horse prepared off of such a lengthy layoff, and he really had to work for it. So he was fit in order to get that win yesterday. And then we take you to Proctor Street. She did go off as the post-time favorite for Brendan Walsh and Tyler G. What an unbelievable meet Brendan continues to have.
It is certainly one that he will remember for quite a long time, and his team will. He's atop the table in the trainer standings, 1 in front of Brad Cox, 2 in front of Todd Pletcher. And then as far as the riders are concerned, Irad and Jose, just 2 separate them, along with Luis Saez. He's tied for second with 11 wins, but Irad atop the jockey standings coming into this Friday, October 17th card. Let's go to WKYT for the latest on the weather.
After a beautiful week here in the Commonwealth, we've got another great day set up for us at the races. One thing you will notice is we've got plenty of pleasant temperatures, just a few passing clouds that you'll start to notice in the middle of today's meet. You'll end up reaching the low end of the 70s. It'll feel a little bit warmer in areas of sunshine, but overall, it's a great fall feel for your day. You got a lot of action this weekend, so enjoy the races today before we head into some windy conditions for the rest of this weekend.
Track conditions presented by John Deere, fast and firm once again for this 10-race card with no threat of rain at all this afternoon here in the greater Lexington area. Let's get into our featured event. Race number 9 on the card, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course for 2 other than allowance runners. And this race, part of the Pick 6 sequence, late Pick 5, late Pick 4, $130,000 purse, scratch the 11 and 12. Bergen is the morning line favorite at 3-1, a horse that has really developed into a better horse, I guess you could say, since moving over to the turf course for Three Diamonds Farm.
Yeah, a touch better. I mean, this horse is actually a stakes winner on the dirt. He won a stakes race at Aqueduct last January, but he seems to be very versatile. He is a horse that found himself so far back off of a fast pace last time out at Kentucky Downs. I guess for him, two questions. Where is he going to find himself in the body of the race today? Can he show a little bit more speed? And if he doesn't, does he get that pace that he needs to close into?
Yeah, I think he's obviously a player in this race. I went to Attaché, who was just behind him by a very narrow margin at Kentucky Downs on the 4th of September, and we're going to take you back to that race. This was his second consecutive turf sprint. Much like Bergen, he's a horse that has just recently moved over to the turf course, and they have shown that, yes, they were very good horses on dirt, but they're just as effective on the turf course, and so he gets another opportunity here today. He's in the black silks for Chris Hartman, and he's coming off the pace from way off the pace at Ellis Park, or not quite as far off the pace, I should say. He did so at Kentucky Downs going 6.5 furlongs, but he nearly gets there, and this is a gelding. I understand what you're saying as far as the pace is concerned, and as far as that goes in here, I mean, maybe Test Factor would be a horse that could make the lead in this race, but we've seen so many horses rally from off the pace in these turf sprints. So that's the idea I have, is going with Attaché for Chris Hartman, Luan Machado, who just recently rode him in the Kentucky Downs race, the follow-up race to the Ellis Run that we just saw from him. So I'll go to the outside with the 10 Slider, the number 7 horse, gets back on turf. He's got some speed to him as well. We saw him just one time at Oaklawn Park after arriving from Southern California. So back on grass, 5 months off since that really not much of a performance at Oaklawn Park, so I think that he can bounce back. And then the number 2 horse, Jaka Jaro for Robert Cal. If you're not familiar with Robert Cal, he is a dear friend of Wesley Ward, and he is got a very similar program to Wesley Ward. He handed me a business card one of the first times I went over to the UK, to Royal Ascot, and it was something to the tune of, I'm a sprint trainer. And if you look at all those horses that he runs over there, a lot of them are very good in these sprint races. So here's one that comes over from Great Britain and is running here today, and he gets a lot less weight. You know, the way they handicap races over in the UK, it's far different than how we do it here. So he goes from carrying 137, 130, 133 pounds in his last few starts to 121. Ben Curtis in the saddle. Watch out for Jacques Jaro for Robert Cal.
All right, good info there. I did go to the number 5 in here, Monsieur Candy. This is a horse who's actually run really well here in the past. In fact, he did break his maiden here at Keeneland. We'll take you back to that victory. This was in the spring of last year. So this horse has had, a couple of starts and stops along the way, but Alice Cohen does a great job with this horse and getting him ready each and every time. He managed to make the lead this day, 21-2, 44-1 for the half. He went wire to wire on that good listed ground. But that kind of legitimized his performance prior to that. And then since then, he has still remained in good form. His last race, he won a first level allowance race at Colonial Downs. And maybe that group wasn't as tough as what he faces here today. But I did think that there wasn't too much. There is pace in here, but there's not an overwhelming amount of pace considering the fact that it is a turf sprint. I think the 1 is going to go from the rail. The 6 Frosty View could possibly go as well. But Monsieur Candy, he is tactical. He has natural speed, but he doesn't necessarily need the lead. So I think his running style and his class suit this race to a T. And then the number 10 horse, I also use Attaché for the reasons that you mentioned as well. This horse was really good on the dirt, but maybe he's unlocked something new here, sprinting on the turf. And then finally the 1, Butch's Best, down to the inside. This horse is going to go from the inside, and I just always gravitate towards speed in turf sprint races.
Those are our thoughts. Let's get more info by way of Tom Leach for the feature.
Bergen moved into the barn of trainer Joe Sharp earlier this summer. Sharp told me he's been impressed with what he's seen through those 2 races.
He's a horse that we acquired out of the Horses of Racing Age sale in July. He came to us up at Saratoga, and, he ran really well there. First time, we didn't quite have him where we wanted him. It was kind of quick back off the sale. And then, down at Kentucky Downs, he put in a monster effort on kind of a biased turf course that day. So, he's been training really well here at Keeneland, had a couple really good works, and, it looks looks like a tough spot, but he's, looks like one of the contenders for sure.
Haven't had a lot of rain this month. Does he have a preference for the type of turf?
I'm good. Anytime firm turf, I'm always a fan of it. I think I always feel way more comfortable with any of them when there's less give.
What's the key for the rider to get his best effort?
Louis is a great rider for that horse because Louis just stays busy the entire time. I mean, he's one of those horses that you kind of have to ride from start to finish and really seems to engage late.
Butch's Best ships in from Horseshoe Indy and found his best form since becoming a turf sprinter last time. He was third by Clear the Air. That horse has won allowance races at Keeneland, Churchill, and Saratoga. The racing analyst there up in Indianapolis is Rachel McLaughlin, and we reached out to her, and she talked to the trainer about the decision to ship to Keeneland.
He said that the owner just really wanted to see how he would look against this group. So it's kind of, I guess, a test to see if, since he's been running so well, how he's going to do with these kind of horses is what Rob said. So kind of an experience maybe a little bit just to see what he does and what kind of horse he can. Because, if you go through here, he ran in, some of our, state stakes. This is obviously an allowance, but you guys' allowances are pretty much for the same as some of the ones that he's been in. So I think he just kind of wants to see what he would do against this open company.
Rachel says this horse is all speed, so the rail post position could be a plus for Butch's Best.
All right, thank you so much, Tom. That is a look at race number 9, our featured event. Let's get into some more key races on the card. Race number 7, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. These are maiden 2-year-old fillies. Run on Dreams is a scratch. The number 3 horse, Paris Twilight. The number 9 is the morning line favorite at 7-5 for Bevan 7 Racing and trainer Brendan Walsh. And this affiliate's going to take a lot of action. She's where I end up. She's, these are young horses. We haven't seen them compete a lot at this point as far as the majority of them. She's on a roll, is making her 5th start in her racing career. But the key aspect of Paris Twilight, there's a couple of them. First of all, she's trained by Brendan Walsh. She gets Tyler Gaffleone. But the race that she comes out of at Kentucky Downs produced Imagination the Lady, who would exit this race and pick up a stakes victory here on opening weekend at Keeneland Racecourse. So she kind of flattens out going a mile after being up close to the pace. And so at least she showed something in the early stages of this race to fade to finish 5th. But the cutback in distance has to be recognized as being significant for her. So picking something up, experience, fitness, whatever it may be, from that debut effort to now showing up here in start 2 of her career, just over a month removed from it, for the daughter of City of Lights, who was purchased for $230,000 last year at the yearling sale. Paris Twilight, the cutback in distance is big, and it certainly doesn't hurt to come out of a race won by Imagination the Lady. Ivy Flying down on the inside for Steve Asmussen. Doesn't debut a lot of horses on turf, but here's one that he's going to. She's been working quick up at Turfway Park on the synthetic, so that might be part of the reason why they do debut her on the turf course here today, and gets Irad to ride. And then Epic Lady Luck for Brian Lynch. She's a sneaky horse with Nick Juarez getting the opportunity to ride her again. She took a move forward in start 2, whether it was against experience or just moving over to the turf course, but she has to be respected as a live runner, a daughter of Acoma.
Yeah, that's a good little race there. I'm going to move ahead to race number 8. And this race is a maiden special weight, 1.16 on the main track. We have some fillies in here that have tried the distance of 2 turns before in the past. Absolute Honor being one of them. She is signed on as the morning line favorite for Safi. We also saw Safi win yesterday with a horse who had run first time out at Saratoga. Yeah, I do think that this filly is probably the horse to beat. I use her in second. She should be able to show speed from the inside. The cut back to 1.16 from several tries at 1.08. She should be very fit to tackle this distance today. But the 3 Indite I thought was interesting in here. She's a filly by Flatter. She's a homebred for Adele Hancock and Adele Schneider. Second-time starter for trainer Tommy Drury. And look, I know this was a off-the-turf race, but it still was a field of 12. It was a big field. It was at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. We have been able to see, whether it be turf or dirt, some of those races hold up here at Keeneland. And I think this was just a learning experience for this filly. You could see that she was starting to gain late. top 2 finishers were well ahead of the 3rd place finisher and the rest of the field. So that was a learning experience. It was an opportunity to get one race under the belt, not only from experience, but also fitness. And now she moves onto the dirt once again. And if you look at Tom Drury's kind of statistics as well with second-time starters, maiden second-time starters, he wins at a high percentage. So that's why I took a little bit of a shot with her on top, hoping for a better price and improvement there. And then the 8 for Chad Brown, she was not good first time out. But I think, there's a reason why Chad is running her here. I think there's maybe an opportunity for her to take a step forward. And I'm just trying to beat horses like Endorse that might be a shorter price. Endorse did scratch in this race, but Bodacious Beauty, we don't know what she's capable of at 2 turns, so it's kind of a strange race. That's why I wanted to feature it, and I think Indite could make a big step forward at a decent price.
That's race number 8. Let's go back to race number 4. This race will start the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 4, 7, and 9, the sequence for the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Scratch out Kilby Girl, the number 11 horse. So down to a field of 10. Lion Lake, morning line favorite. Another one out of the Brendan Walsh barn at 5-2. Cardiff Reef, the number 4 horse, is the first one that I'll start with here in race number 4. This is a filly that moved to the turf in start 2 of her career after debuting at Ellis. She moved up to Horseshoe Indianapolis, so certainly going to be running against slightly less competition than what she saw at Ellis and what she's going to be running against here today at Keeneland Racecourse. But over yielding ground, look at the fractions that this filly was able to put together. 21-3, 44-3. So maybe it wasn't exactly yielding, but still, if there was some moisture in the ground for her to be able to run this fast in the early stages and then just get collared late in the last, say, 16th of a mile or so, this was a big move forward for the daughter of Omaha Beach. She comes down here to Keeneland. She's going to get firm ground to work with. If she was that fast on yielding or good ground, whatever it may have ultimately been, she'll be all right today here at Keeneland Racecourse. So that's the idea for me in race number 4, along with the number 7 horse, Miss Soothsayer, War of Will filly, who's run 2 pretty solid races. I mean, routing and then sprinting. Maybe the cutback a little bit further can help the daughter of War of Will. And then the number 2 horse, Lion Lake for Brendan Walsh, who cuts back in distance here today after debuting at a mile over at Kentucky Downs.
All right, the 3rd race, obviously this race will take place in that early pick 5 sequence, which you'll want to pay attention to today with that carryover. The 7 Plaza Q is a 7-5 morning line favorite for trainer Kenny McPeak. I just feel like she's had her chances, Scott. She's coming into this race with 5 races under the belt. She's tried turf, she's tried dirt, she's tried shorter route distances, longer route distances, and she just hasn't been able to connect yet. However, she does come into the race with some of the fastest figures, fastest races, but I think there's opportunity for some of these other horses to improve, and one of them could be the number 6, Glamorama, for trainer Rusty Arnold. She didn't run well first time out. She wound up finishing 5th, being 11 lengths in that field of 7. That was first time out down at Gulfstream in March, so it's been a while. But Rusty really does prepare these horses well off of long layoffs and similar layoffs to be able to fire their best. Today she picks up the likes of Tyler Gaffleone, and one more thing, her workouts in the morning since the layoff have been really impressive, including her most recent workout in 47-3, the best of 40 that day here at Keeneland. So I feel like Rusty's probably has her in the right spot, and 7/8 is a bit of a trying distance for a horse coming off a layoff, but I just like the preparations that the connections have been making. So 6, 7, and then the 2 scooch over.
For Kenny.
Yep.
Manny Escobar.
Yeah, making her 3rd career start. Cutting back in distance a little bit, so I think that foundation should certainly help her.
I think it's a race where you're going to want to have some coverage in the early pick 5, and we know a lot of folks are going to be playing that here today. Let's get some more information by way of the Clocker Report this morning here on Today at Keeneland. Starting in race number 3, Glamorama, the number 6 horse for Rusty. You talked about it, Gabby, and the Clockers caught this filly doing some good things out here in the morning, most recently on the 30th of September.
Yep, and galloped out well in front of her stablemate there for trainer Rusty Arnold. Returns off a long layoff, but she's been training forwardly all summer, including that most recent drill in 47-3.
And then race number 4, the 6 horse Chasing Sunsets. This is a runner for Vicky Oliver, a first-time starter, filly by Authentic. Talk about some quick half-mile workouts, 47-4, 48 flat out of the gate, most recently 46 out of the gate. This is that gate workout for the daughter of Authentic. So that was followed up with a half-mile maintenance drill. She's had another published workout than even what I have in my past performances. So she goes from 46-4 to an easy 48 flat. She's just been quick going a half mile. And that could be a good thing going 5.5 today on debut in that 4th race. So look out for the 6 in race 3 and the 6 in race number 4, according to the Clocker report. We're going to spend some time on the multi-race exotics because the early pick 5 today, as we have talked about, and we will continue to talk about, $249,000 plus carrying over from yesterday. Starting in race number 1, I'll go 3 deep in the maiden 100 grander, the 2, the 5, and the 8. The 8 being my top opinion there, our Shenanigan for Brad Cox, coming in off of a 9-month layoff. Her last race was not good, but she has races while sprinting back to last year that should have her right there. And Brad Cox doesn't win at 25% on the year without having horses ready off of layoff. So I'm not worried about that, but I do want to have some coverage in this race to move on to race number 2, where the 1 and 6 are the 2 ideas I have there. Iron sharpens iron, who's won here in the past at Keeneland, and then the number 6 horse, It's in My Blood, for Andrew McKeever. It's a gelding that may actually get better with added ground. I can remember talking to Andrew McKeever about her last fall, and he debuted here sprinting, but then took a big leap forward, stretching out to a route at 1 1/16 at Churchill Downs. I think 1 1/8 with this pedigree could work out. 2, 3, 7, and 9 in race number 3. You talked about the question marks around Plaza Q. I've got her there, but I want to have coverage in this 3rd race. 2, 3, 7, and 9 in race number 3. Race number 4, 2, 4, and 7, with the 4 being the top opinion there. We talked about Cardiff Reef, that filly coming down from Horseshoe Indianapolis, but obviously you've got to wonder how she'll handle the transition down here to Kentucky, along with Lion Lake, the 2, and the 7-horse Miss Soothsayer. And then race number 5, I'm going to get bold. I'm going to go with Tempers Fly, the number 1 horse, as the single, leaning back on her maiden win right here at Keeneland. That's the last time that she ran on dirt. So she shows up for $40,000 here today. They're being aggressive. So it's a $36 investment. If you've got more of a budget, I think you add in race number 5. I would recommend the 5 and 10. Those are my 2 immediate thoughts as far as selections in race number 5.
Yeah, I do like that single, though. That seems like a pretty aggressive spot for her today. The Turf Pick 3 kicks off in race number 4. Here's a look at some of the stronger opinions. The 2, the 3, the 4, the 7 in the 4th race. Lion Lake, obviously, for Brendan Walsh. Cardiff Reef, I also included in there, as well as that first-time starter for Kevin Attar, Defina, and the 7, Miss Soothsayer. Good luck, Kurt Becker. Race number 7, I know he'll tackle it much better than we can. Race number 7, 4, 7, and the 9. Kind of the odd pick in there is the 4, Ritus. This is a filly that's been going a distance of ground for Wayne Catalano. Now she cuts back to 5.5 furlongs. She'll be a price. And then the last leg of the sequence, race number 9, 5.5 furlongs. It's our feature, just using the 5 and the 10, Monsieur Candy, as well as Attaché.
Those are our multi-race exotic opinions of the day. Now time for best angles. I'm going to take us to race number 8 for a maiden special weight event at 1 1/16 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, and Bodacious Beauty. I've been seeing you throw out the stats. We were very stat-heavy in recent years of our careers in broadcasting, so we're kind of falling back on that. Bodacious Beauty for Brett Calhoun. When he goes sprint to route, 22% winners, and this is a filly that has sprinted 3 times in her career. She had the one good sprint race at Ellis Park, and this is the one that we're showing you, where she ends up finishing 3rd. But I am leaning on Brett Calhoun, not just going sprint to route, but first time at a route, which I guess is essentially the same thing. 20% there. I don't know how they differentiate that in the past performances I have here. The bottom line is Brett Calhoun knows when it's time to step a horse up and trip, and he gets winners in those scenarios. So Bodacious Beauty, 10 across on the 6 in race number 8, my best angle of the day.
Okay, so race number 10 from a wagering standpoint is a little different, something different that I usually don't do, but I do like a horse by the name of Nation, the number 6 in here. I think this horse will like the distance. Last time that he went around the same distance with 6.5 furlongs at Del Mar. And I know this was for 10,000. This is obviously a much tougher spot, but Bob hasn't shipped in many, but he's done well over the course of the past couple of years, especially this year. This horse won for 10, obviously. Then stepped up to 20, ran a really good second at Del Mar, and then was in that starter allowance last time out. Had some trouble coming out of the gate. So he's kind of had excuses against tougher company. I think he fits this group very well, and I like him. But I think another equally strong opinion in here is that I don't love Good Lord in here as a win prospect. He's just racked up too many seconds, 5 seconds out of 15 career starts, and he just doesn't seem like he likes to get that win. So the play is using 4 prices and Keen the 9 in second in the exacta.
Okay.
There you
go.
go.
The approach. I like the Bob Hess horse. Those 10,000 claimers at Del Mar can be salty.
I'm sure.
They can be salty. And Bob knows
the ship and win program, the trickle down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He knows the horses that figure here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
Well, it's Big Blue Day, but we're looking for the green with a long shot, and we're going to try race 7, number 3, Indict for Claiborne Farm at Adele Dilschneider. Nice run to finish second, first time out, going 1 mile and 70 yards in the debut up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Tom Drury brings this one to Keeneland, and Drury has excellent numbers, 27% win rate with horses making their second start. So, Indict, the long shot play on today's card.
All right, Tom. He's had similar opinions to us in his long shots over the past couple of days.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Has that been good or bad?
Miss Arlington came through a couple of days.
That's right. He's had a very good meet. Yeah,
he has a very good meet. Has had a very good meet and will continue to do so. It is Big Blue Day at the races. Also want to welcome our fans from Texas as we've come here to Kentucky. We can't wait for you to enjoy a great day of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Enjoy.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Kentuckian Darian Sanders to the paddock. Darian has spent the past 5 years with the national tour of Disney's The Lion King. Before joining this production, he appeared in Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, Dreamgirls, as well as other productions. First up, Darian presents our state song.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door, then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag, it was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Deltaria Jackson from Culinary as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Deltaria. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where it's time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. The main track is fast and the turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Time now for the changes. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes gets underway. It's also the start of the early pick 5 with a carryover of $249,000. No changes in that first race. Second race starts the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Third race, scratch the 1, Ashes and Diamonds. That's the third race, scratch the 1, Ashes and Diamonds. Jockey change on the 4, Willowy, Amanda Poston. 4, Willowy, the jockey, Amanda Poston. Fourth race is where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins. Take out the 11, Kilby Girl did not draw into the race. Race 5. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins. No carryover. In that fifth race, scratch the 2, Carlisle Bay. Scratch the 8, Star Watch. And scratch the 12, Bold Boss. That's in race 5. Scratch the 2, Carlisle Bay. Scratch the 8, Star Watch. Scratch 12, Bold Boss. Sixth race starts the late pick 5. Scratch the 7, Tradita. That's the sixth race. Scratch the 7, Tradita. Seventh race is where the late pick 4 gets underway. In race 7, scratch number 3, Runs on Dreams. Seventh race, scratch 3, Runs on Dreams. Please note the 11, She's on a Roll, draws into the race. Number 11, She's on a Roll, draws into the race. The jockey, Jose Ortiz. Number 11, Jose Ortiz, will be the jockey. Race 8. Scratch the 7, Endorse. That's the 8th race. Scratch the 7, Endorse. Featured 9th race, take out the also eligibles 11 and 12. They did not draw into the race. Please note, contrary to the program, number 8, Smoky Smoky, is a gelding. Number 8, Smoky Smoky, is a gelding. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 4, Redacted. Again, scratch number 4, Redacted. Jockey change for the 12, Chado. That'll be Axel Concepcion. That's the 10th race, number 12, Chado, the jockey, Axel Concepcion. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. An exciting day here at Keeneland Racecourse on a perfect Friday afternoon. 10 races ahead. It is Big Blue Day at the races. A sea of blue is going to be surrounding us here in the beautiful grounds of Keeneland Racecourse, Gabby.
We didn't get the memo.
No,
You're wearing green, I'm wearing yellow, but we feel blue today in the best possible way. Big Blue Day, really excited to kind of celebrate all of UK and all of those athletes that are able to come out here and interact with some of the patrons and fans here at Keeneland.
A lot of activities going on over the course of the afternoon, really already underway here at Keeneland Racecourse. So an exciting day with Big Blue Day taking place here on the eve of a big matchup tomorrow with Texas coming into town to tackle the boys here in Lexington, Kentucky. But also, how about trying to tackle this early pick 5? Nobody hit it. $249,000 carryover from yesterday. Early pick 5 carryover starting in race 1.
Yeah, there are some difficult horses to connect with in the early pick 5 yesterday, which obviously will carry over to today. And then looking ahead to race number 9, which is our featured event. I thought one of the most competitive races on the card, Scott. It's a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. I am a little biased with Monsieur Candy. I think this horse pretty much shows up each and every time for his trainer, but it is a very deep field.
10 race card ahead. Don't forget early pick 5, that carry over $249,000. It starts with the opener here on this Friday. All right, we are only 20 minutes away from the start of this early pick five with that $249,000 carryover from yesterday's early pick five. And most certainly that pool has grown substantially as we get closer to post time here for race number one. We'll get that figure for you here in just a few moments. But let's get into this maiden $100,000 event to start things off for fillies and mares 3 and up going 6 furlongs. The 8 is the clear favorite. That is Our Shenanigan, with Irad taking the call for trainer Brad Cox. It's been 9 months since we've seen this filly, but Brad Cox good in any scenario. Off the layoff, he doesn't win at 25% without having horses fit off of a long layoff. And this filly takes a slight drop down in class from Maiden Special Weight Company into this maiden $100,000 event. And she has form here at Keeneland that should go a long way. She was the beaten favorite a year ago during the fall meet at the age of 2 in a maiden claiming event as well, maiden $150,000 claiming event. So she came out of that race, ran a good second, and then she regressed substantially going around ground, but she's been stashed away for 9 months, obviously been training and getting ready for this race over the course of a good chunk of that 9 months since she's last raced. But this is a scenario to where you've got to expect that this filly is going to be ready to roll this afternoon. She's a daughter of Practical Joke, passing just in front of us here, gray daughter of Practical Joke, passing in front of the crowd here at Keeneland. So Our Shenanigan deserves to be the favorite at odds of 8-5. It's just a question of, in this early pick five, are you going to want to single her in this scenario? I myself thought that the 2 and 5 were worth including on the ticket. The number 2 horse, Hampton's Affair, for Mark Casse. Mark Casse doesn't win a lot when debuting horses in maiden claiming events, but I can't imagine that in that statistic of just 8% success that there are many running for a maiden $100,000 tag. So I don't think that you really have to worry yourself if you're looking at that or have access to that stat. This filly has had some solid workouts between Keeneland and Ellis getting ready for her debut. So Hampton's Affair, the 2, one that I respect at odds of 6-1 here in race number 1. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Nana Grace, for trainer Tom Amos, who took the nightcap here yesterday. This is a filly that gets a class relief as well, and she cuts back in distance to 6 furlongs off of those mile runs in her last couple of starts on the dirt between Oaklawn and Ellis. So a little class relief here. Jose Ortiz in the saddle, who's having a phenomenal meet. She's 3-1 on the tote board right now. As far as her running style, it's really tough to gauge. I mean, she was involved in the lone sprint race that she's run going back to the summer of last year at the age of 2, involved only just a couple of lengths off of it and then finished second. So we'll see what Nana Grace has in store for us here in race number 1. Good luck in this early pick 5 as it continues to grow with less than 17 minutes away from race number 1. We'll check back in with some final thoughts once these fillies get out front side here to get things going on a gorgeous Friday afternoon here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens with a $100,000 claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 1. First of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes begin here. Also start of the early pick 5 with that near $250,000 carryover. Main track is listed fast and the turf is firm. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. 6 minutes till post for the first race.
Here's a look at a filly who's getting some pretty solid support on debut. Army Nurse, the number 1 horse at 5-1. She looked as good as any down in the paddock as she warms up for her first career start out of the Brian Lynch barn. A $220,000 2-year-old purchase last year, debuting here at the age of 3. And when Brian Lynch debuts horses in maiden claiming races, a 29% success rate. So at 6-1, just clicked up a tick. Part of the middle of this wagering tote board that we're taking a look at, which is headlined by the number 8, and that is not going to change our shenanigans. The early pick 5 pool continues to change in a positive manner. Over $1 million already in the pool with that $249,000 carryover from yesterday, and we're 5 minutes away from post time. So we will see substantial growth over the course of the next 5 minutes. Make sure you get all those plays in, as we suggest getting involved in this early pick 5 with this kind of a pool that we have up for grabs here this afternoon. 5 minutes to get those plays in. Race number 1, start of this 7-figure pick 5 pool here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Early pick 5 pool at $1.2 million, getting ready to move into line for the first race. Perfect Union comes forward. Here's Hampton's Affair. Our Shenanigan will be the last one. Lady Pippa comes forward. Her Town. Last one walking up. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Hampton's Affair was off a step slowly. Here's Perfect Union out for the early lead. Lady Pippa has early speed as well. Our Shenanigan far outside, and Army Nurse kicks in down toward the inside. Army Nurse now moves up to challenge for the lead. Our Shenanigan going to settle back, but wide into the far turn. In fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Fourth by just a neck. Danny Girl is fifth toward her inside. Her Town is in sixth. Hampton's Affair is in seventh, and Nana Grace is eighth. Opening quarter went in 22.54 seconds. Onto the turn, Lady Pippa. Lady Pippa leads it by a length and a half. Perfect Union tries to move closer to the outside in second. Army Nurse is down toward the inside in third, still 2 lengths off the lead. Our Shenanigan has to go to the far outside with just over a quarter mile to go. She and Her Town both move out toward the center of the track. Danny Girl is in behind horses. They move off the far turn. Our Shenanigan and Her Town both moving. Her Town is way wide on the grandstand side, moving up now to poke ahead in front. Our Shenanigan is in second. Late run from Nana Grace. She comes down the center of the track. She's up to third. She's 4 lengths from the front, and Her Town is the leader. Army Nurse goes to fourth, 16th to go. Her Town in front, chased all the way by Our Shenanigan. Nana Grace, a final run to second. Her Town, Luan Machado to pull the upset here in the opener.
Her Town, widest of all, coming around the turn, and she's going to pin her ears back and pull this upset off. She still has some work to do at this stage of the game, but she gets after it and wins on debut for trainer Matthew Sims. Luan Machado in the saddle carves out a length advantage, and it's all said and done at this point in time inside the final 16th. It is Her Town at 18-1 over the 5. Tight photo for the third money, but 18-1 to start the early pick 5 with the giant pull here today at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Hertown, finished first. Number 5, Nana Grace, was second. Number 8, Our Shenanigans, third. Number 1, Army Nurse, fourth. 4-5-8-1 unofficial. First race results official. 4-5-8-1, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's first race into the winner's circle, number 4, Hertown. Owned by Jerome and Christina Russell, owned by the Knuckles Farm of Mary Jane Knuckles, trained by Matt Sims, Luan Machado, the jockey. Hertown, a 3-year-old filly by Motown out of We 5 by Carpe Diem. Winner bred in Kentucky by Mary Jane Knuckles, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.59 seconds. At this time, we direct your attention to the winner's circle. Today, on Big Blue Day at Keeneland, we are honored to welcome the University of Kentucky's dance and cheerleading teams, along with everyone's favorite feline mascots, Wildcat and Scratch. These talented student-athletes represent the very best of UK athletics. The UK cheerleading squad has claimed an unprecedented 24 national titles, while the dance team continues to dazzle audiences nationwide with their remarkable performances. Join us in showing your Big Blue pride as we recognize the outstanding ambassadors of the University of Kentucky. Let's hear it for the UK dance team, cheerleaders, Scratch, and Wildcat.
Race number 2 already 18 minutes away from post time to start the early pick for this afternoon. It's a field of 8 with Iron Sharpens Iron, 8-5, the number 1 horse right now as the current favorite. This is a colt out of the Kenny McPeak barn that has a win here at Keeneland. In fact, broke his maiden almost a year ago in a maiden $150,000 claiming event, going 6 furlongs, coming from way out of it to score on that afternoon. Since then, he's picked up one more win. That was over at Ellis Park in a 50,000 claimer, non-what is a 2 lifetime. He graduated from the non-what is a 2 ranks and moved into a starter allowance situation last time out at Churchill Downs, going the same distance that he'll be going here today, 1 1/8 miles, and just was not competitive. And the price sort of reflected that when you take a look at the fact that he was almost 12-1 in a field of 8. Today, they're dropping down in for $20,000, and that is the attraction towards this one horse for me and the majority that have placed wagers to win in this upcoming second race. I think just a much easier scenario for him, and we'll see what the approach will be from this inside post position. He went closer to the lead than what we'd seen from him in some of his more recent efforts, which had been far more useful, if you will. But he drew post 1 that day, sat close, and just flattened out. So what is Irad going to do here this afternoon? Maybe take back a little bit with the fact that you've got the long stretch to work with in this scenario to the standard finish line here at 1 1/8 miles. So I'm playing the class drop on Iron Sharpens Iron here in race number 2, which is pretty substantial as he makes start 11 of his career. The number 6 horse, that is It's in My Blood for Andrew McKeever, a son of Gift Box, who was a maiden winner in start 2 of his career going back to almost a year ago. He did win up at Belterra Park, going a mile on the slop on that afternoon. Last time out, ran for 30,000, finished 4th, only beaten 3.5 lengths in that most recent start. But I think that the added distance really could be a benefit to this son of Gift Box. He was out of a Giants Causeway first dam. So that's the angle that I have on this gelding. Again, Ben Curtis had a nice day here yesterday at Keeneland Racecourse. He is signed on to take the call for Tartar Teep Racing. So It's in My Blood. Going to hope that the added distance benefits this runner this afternoon, showing up for $20,000, also taking a slight drop down in class. And then the number 4 horse, Shifty's Haloid for Robertino Diodoro. His only other start going 1 1/8 miles was here at Keeneland back in the spring. And this base son of Ransom the Moon, it ran in a starter 30 and finished 4th in a field of 5. Was up involved in that race and then just kind of flattened out, beaten by a horse by the name of Copper Missile. But his last race at Churchill Downs for 16,000, I think, is more indicative of what we can expect from him today in this group of $20,000 claimers. I wouldn't read too much into his 1 1/8 miles run back in the spring of this year. I think that this is just a better scenario for him, a little less competition, if you will, just an easier spot for the number 4 horse, who is currently sitting at 8-1. Pick 4 pool, healthy, just clicked over $103,000. 14 minutes to post before race number 2 here at Keeneland. Best of luck.
played for him. Oh, goodness.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double pick 3, early pick 4. Main track is listed fast. A reminder, the turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet today. No changes in this second event. Post time 7 minutes.
We turn our attention back to the favorite, the number 1 horse, Iron Sharpens Iron, who just clicked down to 4-5 for trainer Kenny McPeak as he seeks his 3rd career victory. This is a horse that we'll see at the Keeneland Horses of Racing Aids sale in just a few weeks' time. He is cataloged as hip number 4079, so look for Iron Sharpens Iron out on the track today, and then the Keeneland Horses of Racing Aids sale as hip 4079, and then also the number 8 horse, Look to the Cross. That is a runner for Kenny McPeak as well, who's also in the upcoming Keeneland Horses of Racing Aid sale, is hip number 4094, a horse that's run a nice race here in the past at Keeneland. It's on a cross traffic, who's made over $114,000. A date in the Horses of Racing Aid sale here at Keeneland, but first, some competition in race number 2, 5 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4, $168,000 and growing. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Daryl's Bolt moves into line. Here's Junior's Gift. Shifty's Haloid. Look to the cross, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Magic Mover right out for the early lead, and It's in My Blood is there to the outside. Shifty's Haloid is in between that pair. It's in My Blood moves up to the outside of Magic Mover, and that's the battle for the lead as they head into the first turn. Shifty's Haloid comes away in third. Junior's Gift slides down next to the rail. In fourth, Daryl's Bolt is fifth. Vino Coraggio moves up sixth on the outside as they move around the first turn and head for the back stretch. And then look to the cross, and Iron Sharpens Iron, who is at the back. 23.72 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Off the first turn they go. It's in My Blood now comes away with the lead by a length and a half. Magic Mover goes second by 4 lengths. Shifty's Haloid goes third, 3/4 of a length. Junior's Gift is in fourth, then a gap of just over 3 more lengths at the midpoint of the backstretch to Vino Coraggio in fifth. Look to the cross is sixth up on the outside. Daryl's Bolt is seventh back toward the inside. Iron Sharpens Iron still last of the 8. 48.42 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn, It's in My Blood is the leader by a length. Magic Mover still there second. Shifty's Haloid, Junior's Gift to the inside of that one. That pair contesting third, both just over 2 lengths off the lead. Vino Coraggio is in fifth position around the far turn. Look to the cross. Iron Sharpens Iron next to last, outward from the rail around the turn, a dozen lengths off the lead. And Daryl's Bolt is last as they move for the top of the stretch. Magic Mover is right alongside of It's in My Blood, and Magic Mover at the quarter pole up to take the lead off the far turn. Junior's Gift is still third. Shifty's Haloid is in fourth as they come toward the 8th pole. Vino Coraggio fifth, and Magic Mover in the final furlong has the lead. Iron Sharpens Iron has gone to the inside, has moved up third, challenging for second, still better than a half dozen lengths off the leader who's already past the 16th pole. Magic Mover, Francisco Arrieta to win it. Iron Sharpens Iron does come up the inside to grab second. It'll be a photo for show.
Magic Mover gets the victory. He broke sharp, and then the 6 took the lead, but he was always not too far away from the number 6 horse in here. That was It's in My Blood. But as they turn for home from the quarter pole on, he just extended himself and wins nicely at odds of 5-1. So another nice price here to start the card and start this early pick 4 this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. 2-1. And a distance back to the 1 and very close for that third money. So 2-1 in a photo, unofficial in race number 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race, the 2 Magic Mover first. Number 1, Iron Sharpens Iron, was second. Number 7, Junior's Gift third. The 6, It's in My Blood fourth. 2176 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 2, Magic Mover, owned by John Holloman, trained by Greg Compton, Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. Magic Mover, a 3-year-old son of Good Magic, out of Ishkabaha by Constitution, bred in Kentucky by Carlos Moore. 1 mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 52 seconds, and the results of race 2 official, 2176, the official results. At this time, we direct your attention to the Winner's Circle. Today, in partnership with the University of Kentucky, we bring you Big Blue Day as UK celebrates its 110th homecoming. We welcome members of the 2025 Homecoming Court who represent the UK student body. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 1 Ashes and Diamonds. A reminder, the jockey for the 4 Willowy, Amanda Poston.
Third race coming up in less than 17 minutes here at Keeneland. About 7 furlongs will be the distance on the Beard course for these fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. This is a maiden auction restricted race for horses that sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. The number 3 horse, Classy Beach, is my top play in here. A first-time starter out of the Eddie Keneally barn, and she's had some sharp workouts in her last few works in the mornings over at Churchill Downs. Worked in 47 flat and then 49 and 2, but certainly that 47 flat workout, best of 149 at the distance on October 4th, is the standout workout for a filly getting set for her first bit of competition in the afternoon. So Luis Saez takes the call. I always lean towards this team here at Keeneland when Saez rides for Eddie Keneally. We'll see if we can get it down at 4-1. That's the current price on the 3 horse Classy Beach, a daughter of Omaha Beach. The number 9 horse to the outside, That is Senora de Oro for Fausto Gutierrez. The cutback in distance is the angle here on this filly. She moved into a maiden auction restricted group in her most recent start at Churchill Downs, and that was her first start on dirt. It was going the one-turn mile over at Churchill, and she ran fourth in a majority of the race and ended up finishing fourth, beating just 3 lengths. So I think that the cutback in distance will benefit this filly this afternoon. 6-1 is what you get with one of the top riders here this meet, and just about every meet that you encounter Jose Ortiz in the saddle, and he'll be riding Senora de Oro. And then finally, we've got another runner in here to discuss. My third selection, the number 7 horse. That is Plaza Q for Ketty McPeak, another one that cuts back in distance, and also she comes out of a maiden auction restricted race over at Churchill Downs as well. She made the lead that day and then just was beaten 2 1/4 lengths as the beaten favorite. She's currently sitting at 2-1, a very tepid favorite in this wide open event, according to the wagering in race number 3. And I would agree with that, especially after the results we've seen here in the first couple of races. Good luck in race number 3, 15 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, maiden auction, maiden fillies and mares age 3 and up, beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Ashes and Diamonds. Jockey for the 4, Willowy, will be Amanda Poston. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and here is the number 6 horse, Glamorama. Clocker picked this morning on today at Keeneland. Haven't seen this Justify filly since about 6 months ago on March 22nd at Gulfstream Park, but it was just speaking to her trainer, Rusty Arnold. He said she's really come on since that debut effort, given her some time, and she's been training well, and obviously evident by catching the eyes of the Clockers here at Keeneland. So she's getting strong support, 3-1, sort of teetering with potential favoritism in this race. Really 4 horses vying for that spot between the 7, the 6, and then the 2 and 3. So not a lot of separation in the current win wagering here in race number 3 between these 4 horses coming up here at Keeneland. Good luck. 5 minutes to get all wagers in for the third. 7 furlongs, the about 7 furlongs distance for these maiden auction restricted runners, fillies and mares 3 and up.
Wildcat fans, visit the North Terrace for the ultimate fanfare experience with giveaways, book signings, and special appearances from UK football alumni and sports teams until 4 p.m. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line race 3. Here's Willoway coming forward. Ilium awaits. Senora Doro, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Glamorama between horses. Plaza Q is there up toward the outside. Classy Beach a step quicker. Classy Beach moves up. It takes the lead as they head up the chute and onto the back stretch. Classy Beach, Plaza Q right there, and Glamorama between that pair, and Senora Doro a close fourth to the far outside. Then a break of just over 2 more lengths back to scooch over in fifth. Willowy is in sixth. Queen of Spirits is seventh, and a break of 8 more lengths back to Ilium, who is last of the 8 as they head for the far turn. Classy Beach against the rail. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Glamorama second between horses by the same margin. Plaza Q third, and wide to the far turn. Opening quarter went in 22.68 seconds. Scooch over, finds some running room to the inside, moves up the rail to challenge for third, 2 lengths off the lead. Here's Glamorama trying to draw alongside of Classy Beach, who still leads it against the rail, 3/4 of a length. Glamorama goes second a length. Scooch over, starts looking for some more running room from third position. Plaza Q still toward the outside and still fourth. Now Scooch over is coming off the rail, looks for room in between horses, and now becomes part of that lead battle just over a quarter mile to go. Scooch over alongside of Classy Beach. Glamorama to their outside. Then Senora Doro, who's in the fourth position. And Scooch over is the new leader. Plaza Q down the far outside. Glamorama still there between that pair. Classy Beach drops back toward the inside. Scooch over has the lead. Has it by 2.5 lengths. And then Plaza Q to the outside. Plaza Q takes another run at Scooch over. 16th to go. Scooch over with the lead. Late run from Ilium up the inside to third. It is Scooch over in front. Scooch over to the wire. Manny Esquivel Scooch over to win it from Plaza Q home second, and then Ilium up the inside in third, and Glamorama fourth.
Scooch over gets the victory at odds of 3-1, going off as the second choice in the wagering, has the race collared at this point in time, and that's about all she wrote. Able to sustain this advantage that she'd carved out under Manny Esquivel. 2, 7, 5, and 6 round out the top 4 finishers in race number 3. Congratulations out to owners James Ball and Magdalena Racing, and this one a winner for trainer Kenny McPeak.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 2, Scooch over first. Number 7, Plaza Q second. Number 5, Ilium third. Number 6, Glamorama fourth. 2756 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 2, Scooch Over, owned by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by James Ball, the trainer Kenny McPeak, and the jockey Manny Esquivel. Scooch Over, 3-year-old filly by Enticed, out of Simma Down now by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Catherine Hudson and Kildare Stud. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 28.82. Third race results official, 2756, the official results. At this time, we direct your attention to the winner's circle. Big Blue Nation and Keeneland fans, please welcome your University of Kentucky gymnastics team. We are less than 100 days away from gymnastics season. We want to see you at historic Memorial Coliseum for the 2026 season. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Double and Pick 3 wagering also will be featured. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 30 feet. Take out the 11. Number 11, Kilby Girl, did not draw into the race.
Race number 4 coming up here at Keeneland Racecourse does start our $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 7, and 9 for that popular wager beginning here in less than 18 minutes. And we begin with a group of 2-year-old maiden fillies going 5.5 furlongs on the firm-listed turf course. Scratch the 11 in this race, so down to a field of 10. And the number 4 horse, 5-1 on the board right now, Cardiff Reef, is the direction I'm going. And the mindset that I have with this daughter of Omaha Beach is that she did improve in start 2 of her career. Obviously, in second start, you expect to move forward or hope for a move forward. But also with the surface switch, she moved over to the turf course up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. And according to the listing of the course that afternoon, it was a yielding turf course that she ran on, and she showed a lot of speed that afternoon. 21-3 for the opening quarter, 44-3. Those are typically fractions that you'll see on firm listed going, and she just got past in the latter stages of that event. So she gets the firm going here today, firm ground to work with on the turf course. I'll take my shot with this filly and hope that the firm turf moves her forward on the heels of a good run on the turf up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. That's the number 4 horse, Cardiff Reef. The number 7 horse, Miss Soothsayer, for trainer Mark Cassie. She improved with start 2 of her career, finished 4th in her second start, and that came in her first try on turf. That was down at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs. So we'll see if the cutback in distance agrees with her at odds of 9-2 right now. You've got Irad in the saddle, but the bottom line is this filly's run twice, a 3rd and a 4th place finish, both of which certainly would be encouraging coming into any race. But I do think that the move to 5.5 furlongs with a furlong less of work to conduct in this upcoming 4th race could benefit Miss Soothsayer, a daughter of War of Will, a Keeneland grad from the September sale of last year for $52,000, purchased by owner Gary Barber. And the 2-horse Lion Lake, 5-2. That makes this runner the current favorite and was the morning line favorite for MC Stable and Brendan Walsh, a daughter of Dark Angel, one of the top stallions over in Europe. She's an Irish-bred filly who debuted at a mile at Kentucky Downs, ran kind of an even race that day from a far outside post position, tracking off a very quick pace. But on the cutback in distance, just trusting the decisions that Brandon Walsh continues to make with his runners. He's just had a phenomenal meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. So at 5-2, definitely a contender in race number 4 at the bare minimum, but the current favorite coming up here in race number 4 to start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Again, that sequence, races 4, 7, and 9, and 16 minutes is what you've got to get those plays in for race number 4. Good luck.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Ashview Maiden Special Weight 2-year-old fillies. 5.5 furlongs on the turf listed firm, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering started the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 as well. Take out the 11. Kilby Girl did not draw into the race. Post time 7 minutes.
Race number 4 on track, warming up with less than 6 minutes to post. Again, 2-year-old fillies that'll be kicking off our $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. We're looking at the 3-horse Defina. This is a Mendelssohn filly, a Keeneland September sale graduate from last year, a filly that has been training up at Woodbine and coming down here to Kentucky to Keeneland to debut. Was speaking to her trainer, Kevin Attard, asked him about her training and the reasons for coming down here. He said, you know, we had a couple of fillies in this same sort of condition. She's a Kentucky bred. Kentucky breds run for a lot of money down here in Kentucky, and they were impressed by her gait workouts. And I'll tell you what, I was impressed by the way that she looked. She looked phenomenal down in the paddock. She's 8-1 on the board right now, so watch out for Defina if you're looking for a middle price runner at 8-1, a great price runner who looks phenomenal down in the paddock and now out on the racetrack warming up. Chasing Sunsets, the number 6 horse, is 9-1. This is an authentic filly who's had some swift workouts here at Keeneland, most recently out of the gate in 46-4, catching the eyes of the clockers. She's had a follow-up and easy maintenance workout in 48 since then. So at 9-1, Chasing Sunsets, debuting for Vicky Oliver. If she runs to her workouts, certainly could be a strong contender coming up in race number 4. 5 minutes away from that Keeneland Turf Pick 3 beginning. Again, those races 4, 7, and 9 doubles and pick 3s continue to roll throughout the course of the afternoon. Good luck in this upcoming 4th race.
job, Steve. Awesome. Hey.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Ashview, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, fourth race. Tafina and Miss Soothsayer moving into line. Cardiff Reef comes forward, also Beach Heist. Ocala Gala. La Monarca goes in. Mamartia, the last one, walks up. Last one goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Ocala Gala quick into stride. La Monarca. Beach Heist is right there as well. Beach Heist moves up and takes the lead now as they head up the back stretch. Cardiff Reef kicks in down toward the inside. A challenge for second. La Monarca now third between horses. Ocala Gala fourth on the far outside. A gap of 3 lengths. Smith Soothsayer will travel into fifth position. Gets over toward the rail into the far turn. Chasing Sunsets is sixth. Mamartia is in seventh. Lost Chord is eighth. Lion Lake is ninth and running 10 lengths off the lead into the far turn. And further back to Fina is last. 21.14 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Beach Heist is the leader, leads it by 2 lengths around the far turn. Cardiff Reef is second by 2 to the top of the stretch, and then Ocala Gala, then a gap of 5 more lengths. Myth Soothsayer is still a distant fourth at this point as they come off the far turn. Beach Heist is the leader, has the lead by 5 lengths as they move into the final furlong. Ocala Gala moves up into the second position. Miss Soothsayer, and then Lion Lake, who's gone to fourth, still 7 lengths off the lead, and Beach Heist is in front. Beach Heist has a 4-length lead. Beach Heist to win it for Nick Juarez. To be close for second, either will be Ocala Gala to the inside or Lion Lake to the outside for that runner-up spot. And then further back, Miss Soothsayer fourth.
Beach Heist just running them off her feet, flashing speed from that outside post position. The 4 was nearest her. She starts to fade well back at this point in time, but a huge advantage as she's turned for home and down the lane by the number 8 horse Beach Heist for Redeemer Racing and trainer Will Walden. Very close for second between the 9 horse Ocala Gala and the 2 who was closing late. That's going to come down to a very close photo, but no doubt about it with Beach Heist winning on debut, daughter of Omaha Beach. That's the 8 horse at odds of 6-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race: number 8, Beach Heist, first. Number 2, Lion Lake, second. Number 9, Ocala Gala, third. Number 7, Miss Soothsayer, fourth. 8297 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Ashview, number 8, Beach Heist, owned by Redeemer Racing of Stephen Horn, trained by Will Walden. Nick Juarez, the jockey. Beach Heist, a 2-year-old filly by Omaha Beach out of Pearl Heist by Great R. Winner bred in Kentucky by J. Stephen McDonald. Keeneland September graduate, Beach Heist, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.83 seconds. Fourth race results official, 8297, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Ashview Trophy presentation to the connections of Beach Heist. At this time, we direct your attention to the winner's circle. Today, we welcome members of the University of Kentucky Golden Wildcats Committee, represented by Freddie Barnard, Mike Bewley, Joe Hearn-Curris, and Emily Lawrence. They are joined by the UK Alumni Association Board President Tom Matthews and Executive Director for the UK Alumni Association, Jill Smith. Thank you for your contributions to homecoming. Keeneland is glad to welcome each Wildcat back home. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf firm, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In race 5, scratch the 2, Carlisle Bay, scratch the 8, Star Watch, and scratch the 12, Bold Boss.
The afternoon is clipping right along. We're up to race number 5. This will begin the pick 6 on this 10-race card here this afternoon, and we'll start the pick 6 with a group of $40,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime, and 6 furlongs will be the distance for these fillies and mares 3 and up. You can scratch the 2, the 8, and the 12 horse. Tempers Fly, the number 1 horse, is 4-1 on the board for Michael McCarthy and owner Mark Stanley. This is a Vacoma filly who's taken a big drop down in class, and she's got course form here at Keeneland Racecourse. And we've talked about it in the past in our handicapping discussions. Having horses that have form here at Keeneland is crucial. And you can say that about any racetrack in North America, but also especially here at Keeneland, because there are just limited opportunities to run and win races here at Keeneland with the spring, and now we're in the midst of the fall meet. So the fact that she was able to win a year ago, and that was the last time that she raced on dirt. Her other races since have come on the synthetic at Turfway, the turf courses of both Ellis and Kentucky Downs. I think the Tempers Fly drops in class back on dirt. If she can regain that speed against this level of competition today, which I think she's more than capable of doing so, 4-1 is a great price on this filly, who's going to be ridden by Luis Saez this afternoon, who guided her to victory a year ago during the fall meet. The number 5 horse is up next in the discussion, Likely Perspective, a filly by Cameco, who is a sensational runner over in Europe, a European stallion. This is an Irish-bred filly. She's trying dirt for the first time. I honestly don't know what to make of her in this scenario because of the dirt factor, but the one thing that you can look at and see is that she has been working pretty well on the dirt course between the Churchill Downs Trackside Center as well as over at Churchill on the main track. So dropping in for 40 here today after running for 35,000. It's a pretty similar level of competition to what she faced at Saratoga on turf. We'll see how she handles the dirt. I don't think that Kent Sweezy would have her running on the dirt here at Keeneland, and look for other options on down the line, or wait for a race up at Turfway Park on the synthetic or something along those lines. But Likely Perspective, I think she's an interesting gamble in here if she's able to handle the dirt course with that European pedigree. And then the number 10 horse, Romantic Dancer for Rick Dutrow, another one who's got a victory here. She's 1-for-1 at Keeneland. She broke her maiden for 20. She's been competitive most recently in a starter allowance race at Aqueduct, and shows up for 40,000 here today with Irad Ortiz Jr. taking the call. She's 3-1 right now as a co-favorite. There's really not a lot of clarity from a wagering perspective or trying to analyze the tote board in this group, and it's just that kind of group that we're dealing with here to start the pick 6. So good luck as we're 15 minutes away from post time. Race number 5 up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's fifth race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast. The turf firm. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course this afternoon. 6 furlongs over the fast main track here in race 5. $40,000 the claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Scratch the 2 Carlisle Bay. Scratch the 8 Star Watch. Also scratch the 12 Bold Boss. Post time 7 minutes.
Like the looks of this 4-horse Misty Muppet for Workman Ranch. The owners, Carlos Santamaria, the conditioner. This is a filly that comes in by way of a claim at Churchill Downs, claimed off of Robertino Diodoro for $20,000. He acquired this filly from Southern California, where she had been running some competitive races at all the race courses down in Southern California, Del Mar, Los Alamitos, and Santa Anita. She looks like she's just been knocking on the door, sitting on a win at some point in time against Non-Waters at 2 Company. It's a matter of showing up here for 40, but some confidence from Carlos Santamaria. Has had some success first off the claim, winning at 10% from 31 recent claims. So 3 for 31 roughly for this barn as far as this scenario in a first off the claim move. So she looks well out there. Daughter of Tonalist getting set for her first race here at Keeneland Racecourse, and a solid price, 6-1 on the board. Good luck in this 5th race, start of the pick 6 here this afternoon.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, start of the Pick Six. Moving into line, race 5. Bright Lady Day comes forward. Also, Misty Muppet moves into line. Likely Perspective walks up. Romantic Dancer moves in. Last one, Atlantic Passage coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Who's Maddie and Likely Perspective. Tempers Fly also has early speed. Romantic Dancer comes away in fourth. Misty Muppet in between horses is fifth. His Purple sixth. My Isla will go seventh. Atlantic Passage eighth up on the outside. And Bright Lady Day is last of the 9 as they head off the end of the backstretch. Tempers Fly moves up the inside, has the lead by just a half length. Likely Perspective will go second. At a gap of nearly 5 more lengths. Who's Maddie has lost some ground to the top 2. Outward from the rail on the turn. She's in third position by just a half length. Misty Muppet goes fourth to her inside. Romantic Dancer is fifth toward the outside and still running 7 lengths off the lead. They round the far turn and come to the quarter pole. Tempers Fly to the inside. Likely Perspective on the outside. A length separates the top 2. A gap of 5 more lengths. Misty Muppet is third off the far turn. Romantic Dancer, Atlantic Passage both have to angle wide outside of Misty Muppet. They're all 5 lengths from the lead, beginning to close. Romantic Dancer now coming after Tempers Fly as they move into the final furlong. Misty Muppet third. Romantic Dancer is up to take the lead as they work their way toward the 16th pole. Romantic Dancer in front by 2, by 3. Atlantic Passage is challenging Tempers Fly for second, but it is Romantic Dancer. Irad Ortiz Jr. kicking clear for the win. Going to be close for second, Atlantic Passage or Tempers Fly for that runner-up spot. And then behind that pair, My Isla was up in time for third.
Romantic Dancer now 2 for 2 in her racing career here at Keeneland Racecourse as the table was set, as the one horse was out in the front end, Tempers Fly, and she had company by Misty Muppet. They softened themselves up, or each other up, I should say, and off the pace comes the number 10 horse for Rick Dutrow Jr. That is Romantic Dancer, giving Irad Ortiz Jr. another win this fall here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 10, Romantic Dancer, finished first. The 11, Atlantic Passage, was second. Number 1, Tempers Fly, third. Number 7, My Isla, fourth. 10, 11, 1, 7, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, number 10, Romantic Dancer, owned by Gatz's Stables of Mike Gatz's, trained by Rick Duttrow. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the winning jockey. Romantic Dancer, a 4-year-old filly by Mastery out of Miss Netta by Street Sense, bred in Kentucky by Candy Meadows LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, and the results are now official. Results official for the fifth race, 10, 11, 1, 7. We turn your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today on Big Blue Day at Keeneland, we welcome the University of Kentucky DanceBlue team. DanceBlue is an entirely student-run organization that fundraises year-round for the DanceBlue Hematology Oncology Clinic and culminates in a 24-hour, no-sitting, no-sleeping dance marathon. In 2025, DanceBlue has raised over $2.3 million. Thank you, DanceBlue, for all your efforts. Keeneland sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. Rail at 30 feet. Sixth race, scratch the 7. Trey Dita. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4-5.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. It's an $80,000 claiming event for fillies and mares 3 and up, non-mortars of 2 lifetime, the restriction, and they'll be sprinting 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Scratch the number 7 horse down to a field of 8 with that lone scratch, and Cha-Ching is sitting at 2-1 right now for Eddie Keneally and Castleton Lions, a Munnings filly who has run here in the past at Keeneland against Maiden Special Weight Company, finished a good second in start 2 of her career, and that was the follow-up to her debut effort back in February. So she's had 6 runs this season. Last time out at Churchill Downs, ran in an A other than in a tough first level allowance race. So class relief angle here for this daughter of Munnings, having just broken her maiden 2 starts ago at Colonial. So Eddie Keneally getting his go-to rider, it seems, here at Keeneland, and Luis Saez. 9-5 is what she's sitting at right now, as we're less than 19 minutes away from post time. I would expect a big effort from this filly, given her course form and the move down in competition. The number 6 horse, Truth or Consequence, for trainer Colby Williams, coming in from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. They're given a shot here today, coming out of allowance races, stepping up to the $80,000 claiming ranks here at Keeneland, in my opinion. But she's run well enough to justify this opportunity in this field of 8 that she's competing against. Right now sitting as a price of 7-2, so she's getting plenty of respect, with Ben Curtis getting the chance to ride this filly here today, daughter of Tom's d'Etat, who's made $65,000 during her racing career. And then finally, the number 5 horse, that is American Women for Kevin Attard, a filly by Constitution, shipping down with the pair that he's run here this afternoon. This will be the second one for trainer Kevin Attard, moving into the $80,000 level this afternoon. She's run here in the past when she was with Brendan Walsh in a much tougher group going back to the springtime, but she was a maiden winner in July of last year at Ellis Park, and she's got some stiff competition in her career. The last time out, they stretched her out to a mile on the turf course, not nearly as effective as she was on the synthetic. So today they're dropping in class in order to run for $80,000, non-mortars of 2 here this afternoon, shortening her up to 6 furlongs. Tyler Gaffleone takes the call. That is American Women, at 4-1 right now in the start of the late pick 5 at Keeneland on this glorious and very busy afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're less than 17 minutes away from post time.
not going to, trust us, we'd be embarrassed if we interfere with the race.
Yes.
So,
They're coming. They're getting ready to come down the tunnel now.
10 minutes to post.
Yeah. Well, they'll be coming in a minute.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, $80,000 the claiming price, 6 furlongs over the main track, which is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. Scratch the 7, Trey Dita, number 7 to scratch. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from this sixth race here at Keeneland, the start of the late pick 5. Again, group of 80,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Cha-Ching Cha-Ching continues to be the favorite, but we're going to take another look at American women for X-Men Racing, Madaket Stables, and others. A filly by Constitution, a wonderful pedigree on this filly, and she's had a win so far in her racing career. This is a filly that was purchased for $280,000 at the September sale a couple of years back. The now 3-year-old filly competing here today at Keeneland for the second time in her career, and she is entered in the upcoming Horses of Racing Age sale in just a few weeks' time. She's hip number 4005 early in that session. So American women looking to compete here on the race course and get some potential updates and then have her date in the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. Good luck in race number 6 coming up here at Keeneland, now 6 minutes away from post time.
somebody cue you when to start?
When it's 2 minutes to pose. Oh, 2 minutes to pose.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line race 6. Miss L comes forward. American Women approaches the gate along with Truth or Consequence. Here's Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. Vichy Doll. Army Girl. Late to the game, approaches the gate. Sweet Bebsy will be the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Truth or Consequence comes right out for the early lead. American Women in between horses as they head up the back stretch. Miss L to the inside. Vichy Doll kicks in now toward the outside, moves up into second just outside of Truth or Consequence, who's got the lead and neck down toward the rail. And then Miss L, followed by Army Girl in between horses. Sweet Bebsy wide, moving up a spot from 5th past American Women between horses 6. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching will have to go 4 to 5 wide from 7th onto the far turn, about 5 lengths off the lead. And then further back late to the game is last. It was 22.99 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Vichy Doll is looking for some running room and now starts to find it between horses. Truth or Consequence has the lead. Sweet Bebsy stacks up with Cha-Ching. Cha-Ching to the far outside. Miss L looks toward the inside, but still in the 5th position. A quarter mile to go. They turn for home. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching swings out wide to the far outside of Sweet Bebsy. Vichy Doll looks for some running room. Miss L's coming up the inside. And then comes American Women down the far outside. Miss L has the lightning trip up the rail for the lead at the 16th pole. Past Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. Miss L, Francisco Arrieta to win it. Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching home second. American Women third. And Sweet Bebsy across the line in 4th.
Well, this is a tale of two trips between these top two finishers. As Kurt mentioned in his call, the two-horse Cha-Ching ended up wide around the turn, but not the case in the least bit for Miss L, as she had clear sailing up against the rail to save all that ground and kick on and win this race clear down on the inside. She's going to get the victory by about 3 lengths in the end. Tight on the wire, but it does look like Cha-Ching held on. But a no doubt about it win for this 3-1 shot, Miss L, for trainer Robbie Medina.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Miss L, finished first. Number 2, Cha-Ching was second. The 5, American Women, third. The 9, Sweet Bebsy, fourth. 1, 2, 5, 9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, number 1, Miss L, the official winner. Owned by Snake River Stable, LLC of Nicholas King, the trainer Robbie Medina, the jockey Francisco Arrieta with his second win on the card. Miss L, a 3-year-old filly by Chancelot, out of Becca Witt by Roman Ruler. Winner bred in Kentucky by Ashley Hilliard and Josh Hilliard. 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11.59 seconds over the fast main track. 1, 2, 5, 9, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Runs on Dreams. 3 Runs on Dreams is scratched. A reminder, the 11 draws into the race. 11, She's on a Roll, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey Jose Ortiz.
Just 20 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4. It begins with race number 7 and a group of maiden special weight event fillies, 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scratch the 3, so 10 competitors getting set to compete here in the next 20 minutes over this firm-listed turf course. The number 9 horse is where I start the conversation here in race number 7, Paris Twilight for Brendan Walsh, a City of Light filly who comes out of a very difficult race at Kentucky Downs. She was debuted at a mile on that afternoon, and she didn't disrespect for a first-time starter in and amongst the quality of a filly like Imagination, the lady who won that race and has gone on to bigger and better things. So the cutback in distance for this Keeneland September sale graduate from last year looks to be a positive move for Brendan Walsh, and second time out of his barn, winning at 13%. But Brendan has had a dream fall here at Keeneland Racecourse and looking to keep it rolling with Paris Twilight, the number 9, who is 3-1 right now in the current win wagering. IB Flying down on the inside, the number 1 horse for Tommytown Thoroughbreds, trainer Steve Asmussen, a first-time starter by McLean's Music, who's been working on the synthetic in her recent workouts, or 2 of her more recent workouts, before coming here to Keeneland and working on the main track, on the dirt, and now running on the turf course. So I would imagine they must have liked something that they saw up at Turfway on the synthetic to come here to try the turf course. That, or they like the distance. Oftentimes you'll see trainers with young horses look towards turf races to get a little bit shorter of a task, and because of the fact that when we're dealing with dirt races here at this point in the fall, you've got to go 6 to 7 furlongs if you want to stay at the one-turn distance. But nonetheless, Steve Asmussen, I don't think he gets the credit he deserves when it comes to 2-year-old runners and debut winners. And so IB Flying, the number 1, where Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the mount for Tommytown. This is another Keeneland September sale grad from last year, $300,000 purchase from that yearling sale. And then the 7-horse Epic Lady Luck, 4-1 supports as it stands right now. We've seen 2 runs from this filly. She debuted at Ellis on the dirt course. Flash Speed faded, moved forward in her next start, going 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs, and that was on, obviously, the turf course there. And so split the difference. She's going to cut back to 5.5 furlongs, or she's cutting back to the shortest distance that she's seen. That could be a big positive for this filly, because she showed something in those early stages of those 2 races that we've seen from the number 7 horse Epic Lady Luck, and she's a lovely chestnut filly by Vacoma, who certainly looks as though she had moved forward on the turf course. That, or just simply the racing experience, which there's no substitute for experience in any aspect of sports. And so this will be start number 3 of her career. Good luck in race number 7. 17 minutes to post. Begins the late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Terminus Farm. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet today. Scratch 3 runs on Dreams. A reminder, the 11 draws into the race. She's on a roll. Draws in the jockey Jose Ortiz. Double pick 3, started the late pick 4. Post time at 8 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Terminus Farm. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 7. Got Gone comes forward along with Paris Twilight. Listen to Your Mother. Modern Escape moves into line. She's on a Roll will be the last one. Walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Modern Escape was off a couple of steps slowly. There goes Epic Lady Luck. Epic Lady Luck right out for the early lead. She's on a roll. Comes forward to the far outside. Got Gone between that pair. Third. Paris Twilight fourth. Riotous fifth toward the inside. Listen to Your Mother. Sixth back toward the outside. IB Flying goes seventh onto the far turn. Lit Up. He is in eighth. Victor Valley is ninth in a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Modern Escape, who is last. Epic Lady Luck is the leader. Has it 3/4 of a length around the far turn. She's on a roll. Moves up to the far outside and second by a neck. Got Gone is between that pair, but now in third. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Paris Twilight fourth on the outside. Riotous, then IB Flying and Lit Up. They turn for home. Epic Lady Luck is the leader. She's on a roll. Is still second. Still a length and a half between that pair. Got Gone, then Paris Twilight. IB Flying had to switch to the far outside and is fifth. It is still Epic Lady Luck with the lead by 3. Paris Twilight trying. She's on a roll is trying. And also IB Flying is coming late on the outside. Paris Twilight diving to the inside. IB Flying coming after Epic Lady Luck. IB Flying. Irad Ortiz Jr. up to win it. Epic Lady Luck was home second. Paris Twilight third.
What a strong debut performance from IB Flying for Tommytown Thoroughbreds trainer Steve Asmussen with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. She still has a lot of work to do at this point in the stretch, but once she straightens out, has dead aim on the 7, who was a little erratic down the lane. The 9 had to go down to her inside, but the 1 rolling late to pull off this victory on debut for Steve Asmussen and Irad, a daughter of McLean's Music. Easy win in the end. He's down under the wire.
Unofficial results posted 179.11. The objection sign is also posted on the infield board. The jockey of number 11, She's on a Roll, the unofficial fourth-place finisher. Jockey has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial runner-up, number 7, Epic Lady Luck, alleging interference in the stretch. So hold all tickets. This claim of foul does not concern the unofficial winner. Again, 179.11. is the result, unofficially objection pending concerning the second and fourth place finishers. On the television monitors and video boards, the program view to the left, the head on to the right, stretch run of race 7. In the winner's circle for race 7, here's the 1 IB Flying, owned by Tommytown Thoroughbreds LLC of Tommy Stoll, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. IB Flying, a 2-year-old filly by McLean's Music out of Good Ferry, by Super Saver, bred in Kentucky by MKW Racing and Breeding LLC. Keeneland Sales Grad, 5.5 furlongs, firm turf, 1 minute 04.02. Objection still pending concerning the unofficial 2nd and 4th place finishers. Hold all tickets. No change. The result stands as is, 1-7-9-11. No change. In the winner's circle, here's the trophy presentation for the Terminus Farm to the connections of IB Flying for race 7. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is fast. Race 8 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch the 7 indoors. Results are official for Keeneland's 7th race, 1-7-9-11. The official results. Race 8 on the way.
Race number 8 starts the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the number 7 horse. Field of 7 will compete in less than 17 minutes here at Keeneland. Group of maiden special weight fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, going a mile and a 16th. So a first wire finish, short stretch for the mile and a 16th run on the main track here at Keeneland. The number 6 horse is my top play. That is Bodacious Beauty for trainer Brett Calhoun, a filly by Violence who has sprinted in 3 starts so far in her racing career. And she ran well enough 2 starts back in July at Ellis Park, going 6.5 furlongs to finish 3rd in that race. But I was discussing this earlier this morning and relying on this stat for trainer Brett Calhoun. When he goes from sprint to route with horses, he is winning at a 22% clip. So this first time going long for this filly, I think that there's certainly some big upside for Bodacious Beauty. And another aspect of this, too, is that just had an opportunity to speak to Brett Calhoun, the trainer of the 6 Bodacious Beauty, asked him about the success with sprinters going long. He goes, sometimes we just got to figure them out, but we've always thought that this would be her game, this Daughter of Violence. And the other thing, and I think the key point that I gathered from the conversation that I had with Brett Calhoun about the 6 is he said she does not like kickback. She doesn't like to have that dirt kickback in her face. So he says if she can get comfortable out on the front end and feel that she's got enough speed to do so going 2 turns for the first time here today, that is going to be her sweet spot. So at 8-1, Bodacious Beauty, one of my top plays of the afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we're getting a square price on this number 6 runner. The number 8 is up next, Aeolian for trainer Chad Brown, well-bred filly by Tappet out of the stakes-winning first Danza Trice. She was 5th, kind of an even 5th at Saratoga from a post position number 5, going that mile distance on the main track there at the spa, and just didn't get away cleanly and just never really got into her game whatsoever. She at least draws post 7 here rather than being further outside. If it was a bigger field, you'd rather not be this far out. But if she can break well, this true two-turn setup should really be something that moves this filly forward. She's sitting at 4-1 right now with that big pedigree for Gainesway stable, bred by Gainesway here in Kentucky. And then the 3-horse Indict, 5-1 on the board. Tom Drury conditions this filly. I asked him about her debut just a moment ago. He said, you know what, we gave her a shot in an off-the-turf race at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she really kicked on. He was very impressed by the way that she kicked on and the way that she galloped out in that race, coming from off the pace. And I asked him about coming here to Keeneland with the short stretch, and sometimes these races at a mile and a 16th really lend themselves to horses that have that positional forward speed, especially going into the final turn. He said, she's not a filly that wants to be hustled away from there. We're not going to take her out of her game, in which we showed her. She showed us up at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So Indict, a live player at odds of 6-1. The 4 horse is the only one sitting at the double-digit price of 10-1, but really no serious long shots or big long shots coming up here in race number 8. Phenomenal betting race, in my opinion, coming up here in race number 8. Good luck. Start of our final pick 3 on this Friday afternoon.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Whisper Hill. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 7 endorse. Post time in 9 minutes.
Let's talk about the favorite, the number 2 horse, Absolute Honor, a very lukewarm favorite at that at 2-1. And this is a filly that's really kind of splitting the difference as far as her racing distances that we've seen from her. She's gone up to 1 mile and an 1/8 in her last couple of starts up at Saratoga and drops back to 1 mile and 16th, and that is after she was sprinting in her first couple of starts. So this filly, we'll see if the cutback works for her. She's nearly gotten there going 1 mile and an 1/8, so obviously the mindset would be a little bit shorter of a trip would be ideal, but how fast is the pace going to be for this filly is the question mark, especially with the presence of the number 6 horse in this race. This 2 horse right now, Absolute Honor, sitting at 2-1. The number 3 horse, Indict, for Tommy Drury Jr. and Adele Dilschneider, Del Hancock. This is a filly that we talked about in the paddock and also talked about this morning on Today at Keeneland. Tom Leach's long shot play of the day, and at 5-1, getting some support, but still a good price in this upcoming 8th race. And then finally, let's go back to Bodacious Beauty, just to reiterate what Brett Calhoun mentioned to me in the paddock, said that she doesn't like kickback, that she needs to be out there either in the clear or on the lead, and he feels like she's got enough speed to make the lead. So at 8-1, this is one of my top plays of the afternoon, and we'll see how she fares this afternoon in race number 8. And then on to the Keeneland November sale. She's cataloged as hip number 1124, so we could be in the midst of a potential big update for Bodacious Beauty, a daughter of violence, who is very live here in race number 8. Good luck in the upcoming 8th race, start of the late pick 3, which begins in 6 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Whisper Hill. Moving into line race 8. Clarita comes forward. Absolute Honor. Indict walks up. Jewel Box. 3 more to load. Delicious Diva, now the last 2. Bodacious Beauty. Aeolian, the last 1. Walks up. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Jewel Box. Jewel Box, an Absolute Honor. These two come right to the front of the opening strides. Bodacious Beauty gets away 3rd. Delicious Diva is in 4th. Jewel Box outward from the rail, still challenging for the lead into the first turn. Absolute Honor has the spot next to the rail, has the advantage now, saving the ground around the first turn. Delicious Diva moves up 3rd, now challenging for 2nd, just a length behind the leader. Bodacious Beauty had to go 3 wide around the first turn. Aeolian is next down toward the inside in the 5th position. Gap of 3 back to Indict in 6th, and Clarita is last of 7, 23.95 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch, Absolute Honor leads it by a length. And you've still got Jewel Box there with Bodacious Beauty trying to move up toward the outside now to challenge for 2nd. Delicious Diva's part of that mix as well. 4th against the rail, length and a half to 2 lengths off the lead. Aeolian right behind her, gap of 2 more back to Clarita next to last, and joined by Indict at the back. It was 49.4 seconds for the first half mile. Absolute Honor is the leader. Jewel Box is in 2nd. A half length separates the top 2. Bodacious Beauty seeks to join them, goes to the far outside. 3 lanes off the rail in 3rd around the far turn. Delicious Diva is 4th toward the inside. Then Aeolian, followed by Clarita. Indict is last. Jewel Box, Absolute Honor. They go at it for the top spot as they move by the quarter pole. Bodacious Beauty, Delicious Diva. Aeolian 5th, has to go to the far outside. Still 6 lengths from the lead. Top of the short stretch. It is Jewel Box with the lead. Absolute Honor drops back. Here's Aeolian coming forward. Aeolian up to challenge into the final furlong, right alongside of Jewel Box. Delicious Diva 3rd. Clarita is in 4th. Jewel Box is stubborn with a narrow lead. Aeolian there to the outside. Jewel Box by a half length. Jewel Box with a neck in front. Jewel Box hangs on by a head. It was Aeolian home second, Clarita was third, and Delicious Diva fourth.
Well, Jewel Box, one of the longer shots in this field at odds of 12-1. In fact, the second longest shot on the board, just wanted it more. Aeolian had her nose in front, but the four battling back as these two appear. Maybe they come together, some brushing down the lane, but this filly digs in and shows some heart. That is Jewel Box for Ian Wilkes, getting the victory in race number 8.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 4 Jewel Box finished first. 8 Aeolian second. 1 Clarita third. The 5 Delicious Diva fourth. 4-8-1-5 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Whisper Hill, number 4, Jewel Box, owned by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam. Trained by Ian Wilkes, 2 wins today for jockey Lawan Machado. Jewel Box, a 3-year-old filly by Street Sense out of Ivory Empress by Seeking the Gold, bred in Kentucky by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC. A mile and a 16th, 1 minute 46.25 seconds over the fast main track. Eighth race results official. 4-8-1-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Whisper Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Jewel Box. Keeneland's ninth and featured race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. Take out the also eligibles. 11 and 12 did not draw into the race. A reminder, number 8, Smoky Smoky, is a gelding. Number 8, Smoky Smoky, contrary to the program, is a gelding.
Friday's featured event is coming up next, 15 minutes away from race number 9, and this a 2 other than allowance race for turf sprinters, 5.5 furlongs on the firm listed turf course, 3-year-olds and up, and a very competitive field. Bergen is now the current favorite at 2-1 in the current wagering, I should say, and the number 10 horse is where I go, Attaché. He was just behind Bergen in that most recent effort at Kentucky Downs, their common race. These are two horses that like to come from off the pace, and you're getting a much different price between 2-1 up to 7-1 on Attaché for trainer Chris Hartman. He was a very good dirt horse through Oaklawn and over at Churchill Downs. They moved him onto the turf at Ellis. I would imagine to see if they had options in taking him to Kentucky Downs, and he ran well enough on the turf at Ellis to go ahead and move forward at Kentucky Downs, and he finished third that day. So they keep with the theme of running on the turf with this son of violence. And like closers in these 5.5 furlong turf sprints here at Keeneland, that has been the trend that I have seen over the course of this meet. So I'll go to Attaché for Chris Hartman, JD Thoroughbreds, Larry Romero, and others looking for his 7th career victory. My second selection here in race number 9 is the number 7 horse. That is Slider for Steve Asmussen, 13-1 on the board. Steve winning a race earlier, just a few races back, with that first-time starter, the 2-year-old filly in the turf race. And this is a colt by Jimmy Creed, who has run on turf. He's run on dirt in Southern California here at Keeneland. He's seen a variety of different events and surfaces from the sprint, from a sprint perspective. His first start with Steve Asmussen really wasn't much to write home about, finishing 7th. He broke in that spot and just kind of held on to that back in April. But it's been 5 months since we've seen him compete in the afternoon, and Slider having form on turf in Southern California, I think has to be respected. He's pretty quick. You got to be quick to win down at Del Mar, going 5/8 of a mile, and hopefully he's sharper today than we saw from him over at Oaklawn, obviously on dirt. And then finally, in our featured race, Zach Ajaro, the number 2 horse for trainer Robert Cowell. This is a very good yard from the United Kingdom, from England, and this gelding has been running in handicap races over there and carrying quite a bit more weight in his recent starts. 130 pounds, 137 pounds, 133 pounds in his last 3. He carries 121 here today. Our weight system is just way different than what you see over in the UK. And Robert Cowell, he is one of those top sprint trainers that we see in Britain. So watch out for Jacques Ajaro making his U.S. debut and finding a cozy allowance spot to go ahead and make that U.S. debut, when so often we see these horses coming over from Great Britain competing in stakes races or graded stakes races. He's 6-1 on the board right now. Phenomenal race coming up. Race number 9, our featured event, 12 minutes from now.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the Bets, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up on the turf at 5.5 furlongs. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Take out the also eligibles 11 and 12. Did not draw into the race. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 8, Smoky Smoky, is a gelding. Post time in less than 4 minutes.
Just 2 minutes away from race number 9, and it starts the late daily double. Monster Candy, the number 5 horse, broke away from the post parade, was just getting a little anxious when he came out through the tunnel to the front side nearest the crowd, but moved away from that post parade out in front of them, and he settled in down on the turn. And this is a good sign for a horse that was getting a little keyed up, but they're keeping him down over there. Certainly a positive move by the outrider and jockey Corey Lannery in doing so. And this is a gelding who has a win here at Keeneland in the past, comes into this race off of a win at Colonial back in August. So as long as he stays settled down, I think that's certainly a positive scenario here for this son of Catalina Red. And then let's go to the number 10 horse, Attaché. Once again, my top selection at 5-1. Asked Chris Hartman about the last couple of races, if in fact that run at Ellis was to see if he would be a horse they could take down at Kentucky Downs, and he said that's exactly it. He ran well at Ellis, gave him confidence to take him to Kentucky Downs, and now shows up here at Keeneland once again on the turf course. Not sure if he said he's not sure if he's got speed to clear from the outside, but should have a forward position at odds of 5-1. Great race coming up next. 1 minute to post, our featured 9th event at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the Bets. Moving into line, 9th race. Jackajero moves into line. Smoky as well. Bergen. Surf City comes forward. Test Factor. Attaché will be the last one. Here's Monsieur Candy. Attaché also comes forward. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. Monsieur Candy broke in the air, therefore broke absolute last. Here's Frosty View to challenge Test Factor for the early lead. Test Factor against the rail leads at a half length. Frosty View goes second, a length and a half. Butch's Best is in third. Jackajero fourth. Slider is fifth toward the outside. Then a break of 4 more lengths back to Smoky, who travels toward the center of the pack in the 6th position as they move on to the far turn. Attaché is 7th up on the outside. Bergen is 8th down toward the rail. Monsieur Candy picks up 1 spot as Surf City drops out to last. Opening quarter went in 21.09 seconds. Around the turn, it is Test Factor to the inside, Frosty View to the outside. Jackajero seeks to join them. Moves up on the far outside, a length off the lead. Here's Jackajero. Butch's Best is 4th back toward the inside. Frosty View has the lead. Jackajero tries to find more. Final furlong. It is Frosty View in front by 2, by 3. Jackajero is 2nd on the outside. Test Factor 3rd back toward the inside. And then Smoky further back. Down to the wire. Frosty View in front. Frosty View to win it for Abel Cedillo. Smoky did come on to grab second. Monsieur Candy, after a very awkward beginning, managed to rally to get third.
Boy, it sure looked like we're going to have a race on our hands at the top of the stretch with Jackajero coming nearest to the number 6 horse Frosty View. But boy, did he find a new gear at this point in the race. The son of Frosted on the cutback in distance, coming down from Canterbury and Hawthorne, Minnesota, Illinois, down here to Kentucky, and got played down to 5-1. An impressive performance for Frosty View, the Minnesota bred, picking up his 6th career victory.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th race. Number 6, Frosty View, finished first. Number 8, Smoky was second. The 5, Monsieur Candy, third. Number 9, Surf City was fourth. 6-8-5-9, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth and featured race, The Bets, number 6 Frosty View, owned by Charlene Gobler, trained by Joel Burnt. Abel Cedillo is the winning jockey, and the results are official. Frosty View, a 4-year-old gelded son of Frosted out of Clairview by Hardspun, bred in Minnesota by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated. 5.5 furlongs, 1 minute, 2.4 seconds over the firm turf. Results official 6-8-5-9. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Bets Trophy presentation to the connections of Frosty View. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is listed fast. A reminder, scratch the 4, redacted. Scratch number 4, redacted. Jockey for the 12 Chado will be Axel Concepcion. 12 Chado, the jockey Axel Concepcion.
Race number 10 in front of us, as this will wrap up the Friday card, and the field of 11 will get underway in 17 minutes out on the main track at the 7-furlong distance. Don't forget, this is the Toyota Super High Five opportunity of the afternoon. $1 minimum wager for the 10th and final here today. Scratch the number 4 horse. The number 6 is sitting at 4-1. That is Nation for trainer Bob Hess Jr. Irad is going to be riding this Son of Constitution, coming in from Del Mar for trainer Bob Hess Jr. And as we discussed this earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland, Bob Hess Jr., over the years, he's always seems to come up with one or a few horses to bring over here to Keeneland for these starter allowance races, horses that he's typically claimed back during the summer at Del Mar. And this is a runner that he claimed back at the beginning, or I should say about the midway point of Del Mar, wheeled him back pretty quickly from the 17th of August to 29th of August, and he finished third that day. But having the confidence to ship him all the way out here to Kentucky, this is all about trusting Bob Hess Jr. in this scenario with as good as he has been through the years with claiming horses and just putting them in the right spots to succeed. So finding a starter allowance race here for Nation, we're getting a good price of 4-1. Up to the number 1 horse, Suited and Booted for Michael Tomlinson, gelding by Classic Empire. Michael just telling me one of his concerns with him, this is the first time out of his barn, but watching his races back, he sometimes can be a little tardy away from the starting gate, but he's a good horse. He's been training well. They're not going to take him out of his game and try to rush him from the inside. So Suited and Booted at 5-2. That's the favorite price right now. He is the favorite at 5-2, shortest price in the win wagering. Definitely a big-time contender. Jose Ortiz is going to be jumping into the saddle. And then we'll round out the top 3 conversation here in the paddock with Chato, the number 12 horse for Michelle Level, a runner that was speedy at Colonial to win a starter allowance race on that afternoon after failing against Claiming Company, and he surprised some folks out there on that afternoon on the climb up in class that he was taking. But he has shown speed from the outside, or can show speed from the outside, and if he can get good position, he could be a danger. He runs his best races in recent history and really throughout his entire career when he's able to make the lead. Those have resulted in victories. So Axel Concepcion picks up the mount on the 12 Chato. We'll see if he can be aggressive from that outside post position and get up forward or potentially on the lead in the early stages of this race. Good luck in the nightcap, the 10th, coming up in 15.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. A starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 4, redacted. Jockey for the 10, or the 12, I should say, Chateau, is Axel Concepcion. 12, Chateau, Axel Concepcion. Post time in just 8 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Moving into line, race 10. Tiverton moves into line. Now Mendello. Master Mule comes forward along with Good Lord. Incursion and also Nation. Explosively moves into the gate. Chado, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Good Lord and Chado have speed. Okie Clipper is right there in the opening strides. Nation to his inside, and these four come to the front. Okie Clipper up to take a narrow lead from Good Lord as they head up the backstretch. Chado, third up on the far outside. Nation is fourth. Incursion will go fifth. Explosively, his sixth toward the far outside. Tejas, seventh back toward the inside. Tiverton is in eighth. Mendello is ninth in between horses. Then a gap of two more lengths back to Suited and Booted and Master Mule. One goes to the inside, Suited and Booted. Master Mule has to go to the outside to each improve by one position as they hit the far turn. Back up front, Okie Clipper got the opening quarter, 23.13 seconds. Okie Clipper is leading Good Lord around the far turn. Chado is going to be wide, but is right there. Third up on the outside, now challenging for second as they come for the top of the stretch. Nation and then Incursion. And Nation and Incursion move together to the far outside. Chado has put in the head in front as they move by the quarter pole. Good Lord to his inside. Incursion and Nation stack up to the outside as they come off the far turn. Here's Incursion to the far outside to challenge for the lead. Nation is there. Master Mule is running on the grandstand side. Good Lord toward the inside along with Chado. It is Nation, Incursion, Good Lord coming up the inside. Master Mule far outside. Incursion is still trying. You've got Nation between horses. Master Mule, Good Lord is there. What a finish in the nightcap, and a head bob will decide it in race 10.
What a finish to this Friday card, and what a finish in race number 10. as it's Nation, the number 6 horse, showing a ton of grit in this battle with the 10-horse Incursion, and he himself was doing the exact same, and they're locking horns here in the latter stages of this race. And you've also got a horse coming from over the top, the 5, and one on the far side who's involved in this photo for the third money, but it looks like Nation by a narrow margin at 9-2 for Bob Hess Jr.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 6, Nation, finished first. Number 10, Incursion, was second. Number 5, Master Mule, third. Number 9, Good Lord, fourth. Number 12, Shadow, fifth. 6, 10, 5, 9, 12, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, number 6, Nation, owned by Keentop Racing, LLC, of Kevin Keentop, trained by Bob Hess. For the third time today, Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Nation, a 5-year-old gelded son of Constitution, out of welcome speech by Henry the Navigator, bred in Kentucky by William Harrigan, Mike Petrangelo, and Mark McEntee. 1 minute, 24.31 seconds for 7 furlongs over the fast main track. 10th race results official. 6:10, 5, 9, 12, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 today, a carryover of $37,000 for tomorrow's card here at Keeneland. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, but again, a $37,000 carryover for the Pick 6 tomorrow. Simulcasting remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.